Good evening, chat. How are you guys doing? Hope everybody is well. Yes, there is a chat window today. That's something StreamYard has rolled out, so we're going to try this. That's all StreamYard. That's all StreamYard trying that. So I don't know how to make it any bigger or smaller, so that's on you guys. But welcome to Karen Reed Day 19, the continued cross-examination, the continued suffering of Aperture as things go from here. And yes, I am Sean, also known as potentially criminal. And I am here to go along with you with this. I'm an attorney in the Cleveland area, and we are going to get started on the Karen Reed trial. Angela, hello. How are you doing? So, Botto, how you doing, man? Is saying, hey, can we instead talk about Greer? No, we will talk about him this weekend. Hopefully I can get I can get the recording to me. I'm hoping I can have that done today and get that sorted out. So, and then real quick, Ski Man for £5 sterling. Not the King Sterling, though. Not the proud Scotsman. Says, let's check and see how much a super chat will affect the leaderboard. Yeah. I don't know why that did that. I turned off super chats for today, guys. That should have been off. I turned off ads on this one too. Like no monetization at all. Kind of felt like an asshole last night I said a comment or two, and I kind of felt like a real big shitbag. So I kind of like was there for a second. Like I need to check myself a little bit. And I didn't mean it to be an asshole thing, but I could easily see how it came across like one. And I just want to apologize to you guys for that. It wasn't fair to you guys. Wasn't nice. And I just think, I forgot myself for a second there, and I don't think that was right. So, never apologize for that stuff. Yeah, but then you sound like Dark Side Phil. So I would apologize for this. So you don't remember it? Well, I do. I don't like how I handled myself last night. So, part of the grift, the grift is part of the game. It is part of the game. It's not an apology unless you said, "Oh, I'll tell you guys exactly." Because I was mentioning something about how somebody told me like, "Oh, well, Kino Casino got like 100 subs," and I kind of was like, "Did PPP and Worski like take off like rocket ships?" And I said it'd be nice if we could do it as 100 here. But I also know people send in 50 and 50, and I think that's the max you can do here on YouTube. And I guess I felt really bad because I guess I didn't want to make it feel like pulling a DSP where it's like you guys aren't doing enough or we're just not enough support or shit like that. I don't like when I said that I felt like I was watching Snort Hogan. Okay, that's what I did. Anthony Beretta says I apologize for Trump in the background. Well, no, you're gonna have to suffer on that one. I ain't apologizing. So, so I hit the daily goal of $150. Like, I'm just saying, I felt like a big piece of shit. Okay, I didn't feel it was proper. Got the Grow says, please turn off the chat stream. It's screwing up the YouTube. Well, hold on here. There we go. It's screwing up on my TV. It's overlaid. Okay. And you know what? That does make sense because every once in a while we'll watch, like, if we're watching something out there on TV, the chat runs alongside, and I can see that. Mr. Pyro says, okay, I'm not going to. Is that my penance? I have to, instead of like 30 Hail Marys, I have to go play Squad with Spectre. Well, I guess I'll be unrepentant then. Oh. Are we in trouble? Is this a family meeting? No. I came to you guys and just saying I felt like a big asshole last night. So that's what I came here for. So that's why. Anyways, let's move on from there. The business meeting is over, chat. Let's get into this. Let's get after this. Wait, no, that's the wrong button. Wait, why is this not? Some days with YouTube. Some days with YouTube. Makes it so hard. The good news is this is an early day. It's going to be an early day. It is time for us to rock and roll here, though. Here we go. Why is this not working? I clicked on. So anyways, here we go. Here we go, chat. Let's roll. It is game time. Oh my God. Honest to God, I shut it off. And I shut it off before we started. So I guess I'll do it tomorrow. You guys are ridiculous. Cat Williams with 10 subs. And then Stephen Cooper. And the comment I was trying to make last night is like 50 and 50 is 100, but seeing just the number 100 is like a visceral thing. It's kind of like the whole Spinal Tap. Well, this goes up to 11. Well, it's one louder. Well, 100 is just all at once. So that's why I was trying to make the joke. But Stephen Cooper with 100 subs. That's right, chat. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Hold on here. Oh, God, chat. It is. It's time, chat. It's time. Goal. Can you make the goal, chat? Scott Rock with song. Just coming in, chat, nice and hot. Ripstick says, it's okay, we expect you to be a great big shitbag. Well, I guess as long as you know. Yes. No tax on tips, chat. Let's go. No taxes, bitch. It works together. That's pretty cool, actually. All right, there we go, chat. Oh, Vanessa Anderson, geez, the memberships are rolling. Yes, we're getting Carpet Bomb Grays take cover. Yes. The taxes are optional. The death is inevitable. All right, chat. So, all right, it's time. Let's get on this. Can guarantee that ad monetization is turned off. Yeah, well, I tried to turn it all off. Like I said, kind of felt bad about it, and I just, well, whatever. So we're gonna move on. It's time for Karen Reed. Let's do this. Oh, we got closed captioning on too. It's about goddamn time. It's about damn time. So, all right, here we go. We got the fan of justice. Okay.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Right, I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no one shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Mr. Burgess, please?
Sean, reminder you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear you?
No, if I misheard your question, it was
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your
Okay, chat, that thing about is not for expert designation. They're just basically saying like, you can't use that for official things. That's all that's meant to say. So don't look into the shit on the Aperture website too much. You guys are reading into things a bit too much.
direct examination, your certifications were brought up in question.
I messaged Emily Baker about this. Why doesn't he hang himself? And I think she's right. This guy probably thinks he's like the best in the world. He probably thinks he's like mowing it down. She thinks he's scoring like 100. She thinks he's scoring a hole in one every time. You know, he's putting, you know, like he's hitting it out there, but he doesn't realize he's not clearing the warning track every time.
Correct?
yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination,
And no, not that he's a narcissist. He's just an idiot. He's Dunning-Kruger. He thinks he's the smartest man in the room, and he isn't smart enough to know he's stupid.
no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think that would be equally important in both, but yes,
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish,
Okay.
thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolk? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Woke. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this time stamp, yes.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Woke. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct? Objection. Objection.
Oh, I have this.
Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware? And if we could go back to the first
Wrong.
slide,
It's not
which is
true.
slide 32,
It's not true.
and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January.
Okay, you got to be careful when you do this because isn't it true the guy? Remember, guys, I said this. Isn't it true he wore a red hat instead of a blue hat? Like he missed like that one's like you guys like. Here's the deal. I get it. He's hello country bumpkin. The frost is fresh right off the pumpkin. I get it. But that's a mistake everybody can do. That's a mistake everybody would do. Everybody would fuck up that one. And like, I think you get anybody to go, yeah, okay, that one's fine. So when you're like, isn't it true? You're just a retard. It's like, there are other ways to show he's a retard than this. I just don't think I would do it that way. And also real quick, Stephen Cooper with 50 more subs. That's right, chat. Thank you, Stephen, for your support and your generosity. Much appreciated. And Angela, thank you for re-upping. And guys, I forgot to mention Kat, not Williams, doing great stuff over on her own channel. Check her out. You'll enjoy it, I promise. So, but anyways, here we go. But that's where we're going to that. Isn't it true you should wait a minute before pausing to see the rest? Oh. He's arguing about seconds of 24 hours seems relevant. I get it, guys, but there's, like I said, you be pedantic and act, actually, isn't this what you mean? You've got to save that. This is not the right spot for that. It's not the right spot for that. It's not the right spot for that, in my opinion. And that's the thing. He's already shown hours and hours worth of this guy being a tard. What did this get us? In my opinion. I don't know if that was the best option.
February 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But my
Yes.
question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, which you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both system timestamp and an external physical event, to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise
Oh,
the
yes, it keeps
specter, if
going.
not the reality of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could. Yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any
Maybe we'll
opinion
get to
or
this.
conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 11/62/2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 11/62/2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All is stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
All right, guys, I'm going to bring this up again just because somebody brought it up. This issue with the Schnauzer Patrol says, I'll give you guys money to give him a makeover. Me or him? Mike is saying the Aperture added the watermark to his CV on their website saying not for expert use. They're saying the CV that they put online is not an official document. They have an official CV they give out. You can't rely on that one. That's all they're saying. And that's something that apparently it's been there before, and it should have been there before. That's their just way of saying that's not our official CV of our expert. So that's not a new thing. I understand people are like thinking it's something. That's not there's no there on that one. But yeah, I mean, once you start hunting, everything's a mole when you're mole hunting. So. Oh, when I talked about being mean, I meant mean to this guy. Oh, fuck this guy. This guy's trying to lock a woman in a box for the rest of her life, and he's too retarded to realize he's a blundering idiot. I have no sympathy for him. I have no sympathy for this man. So, why have that CV on there so people can look at it and see if that's an expert they want? That's a form of advertising. That's why when you got on a lawyer's website, you can see, like, here they are. Here's what they do. Here's where they, like, they're, licensor and all that. That's how they do that. It's all meant to be advertising. So you can see what you want. So then put the actual CV there. They don't want to put the document out there because people could fuck with it and run around with it or something. Like, it's easier to do it that way. So I'm just saying, chat, that's the thing. So that's all I'm getting at there. I understand your point. But it doesn't matter because it was all inaccurate anyway. You just don't let that out there. You just don't put your documents out there. So so it like I said, guys, that's you guys are looking at that. That's not the official document. Yeah, I agree it's dishonest and they're fuckers for it. I'm just trying to tell you that part alone is not the issue. I'm just telling you guys that's not the thing there. So, but anyways, let's keep going.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
Did the BBB for ID?
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May I read it, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB? for
You're balding
identification?
king. Oh
Yes, I did.
no.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you type answer before?
Look at this document saying you are a liar. Who lies? Yeah, well, let's rewind that so you guys can hear what they're getting into again. So,
Depicted report. Is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
why don't you introduce the report on your own, Hank? It's your fucking expert.
Why don't I
context.
see you type answer?
Come on, buddy. Anyways, we'll skip ahead here. Look at Peg. She's like, oh my God, I think they're going to fuck it up. Oh no. This fat man in Ohio is going to laugh at me. And then Paul in the back. Paul think hillbilly man. Ruined case against Karen lady. Paul very sad at Southern man. Paul think he work at swap meet.
Yeah, continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am representing to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again.
They don't lie about their resumes. They don't lie about their education and training. They just did their thing.
Again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolf please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
That's a big, like, okay, reasonable, offset. I don't know about that one. And all of a sudden, whoa. Like, notice that we went from like, okay, to jump. Like, how is that reasonable? What caused such a drift out of nowhere? What caused such a drift out of nowhere?
And yet, you failed to apply this variance.
Yes,
to the
I do.
Infotainment time on the
That's
Lexus
intended.
associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it.
I love that. I decided it my number, my goofy thing I do with my ported PlayStation 2. It don't apply here. Why? Because I done said so. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hillbilly Jim. You're welcome.
I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to.
Oh, I agree. 16 to 21, a potential difference of 37 total. Yes. But yeah, that's a big fucking issue. It's a big fucking issue, Paul. Big fucking issue. So yeah, I turned off super chats for this stream. So
See if we need to show the contrast. With your honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this.
very interesting.
The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we
to
can
use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit.
We're not doing that.
You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke.
Thanks, this information agent.
Now, if we could enlarge the text We don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Wolk, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You, we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffen's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No. He does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in
big
fact,
thing.
Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred.
That's very important. He doesn't use that. Although I wonder if Welcher mentions at the preface of his report that here's the clock I'm using when I refer to clock. It's the only thing I think that would be a problem. Let's see.
For 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know
We'll get to this.
whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Okay. This is something we need to discuss right now. He fucking lied. Because here's how it works. When you're a professional, so like if you're a lawyer or if you're in law school or you're trying to show some things, you know what you do when you have a resume and you're currently doing something? Like you're a law student, you haven't graduated school, or let's say you're a lawyer and you're currently in the middle of something. You know how you would do this? Here's how you would do it. You wouldn't go like if I was this guy, I wouldn't have done 2008 to 2025 as a thing. What a professional would do was go 2008 to present. Or you could do 2008 to current. Those two things are far different. Those two things are far, far different. Okay, guys? These two things are far different here. Present and current are proper. That's the proper professional way to do a goddamn CV. That's a proper way to do a resume. You don't put down 2025 until you accomplish it in 2025. You know, for example, my resume says I'm running Martin Law Office. It doesn't say 2020 to 2025. It says 2020 to present. Because that's how it's set up. This is not at all the acceptable practice in proper professional society. So, yes, it is a fucking lie. If you tried this anyplace else, they would treat it as a lie. Yeah, you never put the second time unless it exists. You never put down the second time unless it exists. So, if he's not lying, then he's just extremely incompetent, and both of those are very bad. So, that's all I'm trying to get at, chat.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
They are.
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said,
See, Patty, and and you were correct. You were honest about it. You always had present. That's how you do it. You learned that in high school. I doubt he graduated from there either. Well, yeah. He's too busy skinning possums to go to school. This is just how CVs work. Yeah, use the present for things still in the present. Or current. Current is also the other acceptable way to do it. So.
he used the lock button.
If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do you
that.
see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? Let's say we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
No, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf. Like Winston Wolf, probably. Not Mr. Woke. I should do a counter for how red his face gets. That'd be hilarious. And yes, if you call a school, he's not taking any. I guarantee he hasn't taken hours in a while. I guarantee he hasn't taken hours in a while. So, is this not going at speed? I mean, why is this? Why does this not seem like it's going fast? So, let's let's
If we could go now,
Here we
Mr.
go.
Wolf, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your
I'll try to
patience,
explain them as I
Mr.
hear
Burgess.
them. Okay, I didn't hear the last one specifically, so
You have reviewed
we'll do that next time.
this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just wanted Mr. Wolk just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the
Presuming
user
he signed a
interaction
waiver,
events that we talked about,
he's
steps,
taking no hours.
block,
I guarantee it.
etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
with the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction, we could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct.
And,
According to
and that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
I'm gonna keep that up. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8th, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think we need to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Hank is wanting to be heard on this. I don't I'm not sure why is he all fired up about this one. What his mom forgot to shave him or shaved him too much. Jesus. Yeah, he does have the Jack Murphy beard here. So I'm gonna see. He's got an issue with some of the findings in the reports as far as this guy going through them. But I also think there's an issue of like how they're actually specifying the clock issue here, Spud Gun. So I think that's something they're getting into. So, and yeah, guys, there are people like the Glare. There's other people here on the Karen Reed team. You guys have seen these people before. Does he need a walking stick or something? Or is that a walking stick that's basically a massive shillelagh to go beat the fuck out of people? Because, you know, like after I hurt my knee really bad, like I have an excuse now. I could say I need a cane. But I was like thinking to myself, if I ever needed to carry a stick, I'm like in court. I'm like, I could carry a fucking cane with me and swing it at people if I ever needed to. Thank God I haven't had to. But I think it's Bartitsu is the cane fighting, like fighting with canes and walking sticks. Or something like that. I forget. One of my guys in my HEMA group used to do it. So.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
He's Irish. It's a shillelagh. Well, you can't just carry a fucking shillelagh in the court. Well, I'm assuming he's Irish. They're in Boston. Everybody's a Mick. It's not like they're in Providence where they're all a bunch of wops. It's Boston. They're all Irish. Now, I was just surprised he carried in a fucking thumping stick like that. That's a thick old cane.
Sure. I'm going to present to you 2 documents. Each of
Oh,
which
he
is
did hurt
marked
his knee?
for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification.
DDD as
And
in
Exhibit
damn.
CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at
Oh my God.
those documents and reference either one.
Oh, Will's from Tennessee? Okay, well.
And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity
A
to
lot
review
of
those
Irish in the
documents.
Tennessee
so I
hills.
can proceed with
too.
questions about them.
They're Irish all over Appalachia.
Okay.
Sir, can you please read the
Nice
exhibit
callback, Brad.
designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD,
Pardon me?
on Exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in dated?
Correct.
So in Exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I quote, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit DDD, actually Exhibit CCC into
This is good.
evidence, and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC.
That's from Dr.
for
Welcher, I
identification.
assume, at this
Yes.
point.
And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
It's a lot of exhibits, chat.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Yeah,
That the one that's in
thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data
Also,
points
hello, David.
you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed
To be fair, Nick is not clean cut. But yes. Anyways, hello, David at MLS.
the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll
we'll,
repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to that.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So
Elucidate.
the
That's a
column
big
on the
word.
right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between
The far
end
right. Oh
of
no.
the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43, and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at
Yeah, got it on lock.
12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:02 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to.
Okay.
It was a very compound question, chat.
In terms of
So
this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is
if his
just
math
what
is
you
correct, how is
understood
that incorrect?
Mr. DeSogra did in this
That don't
chart.
make no sense there, bro.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And
Bohemian
so do
Rhapsody.
you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:02 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:02 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this: what do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he's doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 11:62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question. Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 11:62:02 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what by his math, that he is demonstrating?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no
Because he's an expert, he's allowed to give opinion. So he's allowed to give opinions.
circumstances where the 11:62:02 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 11:62:02 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on. And this,
Now she asked him to move on there because he's pretty much answered the question. He's not going to change his opinion. He's not going to change his answer. So she's not going to let him just sit there and keep beating on the door. He's going to keep saying the guy fucking fucked it up. So he has to keep moving on, find something new.
methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical support, or excuse me, final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask a through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing,
And Luke, you bring up a great
What we've
point
discussed-
here. You're saying, and this is why I was kind of confused why they didn't go down this road. But yeah, wouldn't the phone calls be a better thing because you could pick off? like now you've got like cell towers, and the cell towers are like fucking accurate to the like the cell towers are not going to deviate. They're going to be on time. And like why you wouldn't want to use those in the Lexus? Like that would be a far more accurate thing using the phone networks. But you know, because the phone networks are what turn the phones and like agree the phones, but I don't know. I'm an idiot. So I hate this guy. I hear you. The hubris this guy has is amazing. Yeah, when you think you're right, it's amazing how wrong you can be and not realize it. And Blue Ninian says, LOL. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. And you guys, there's a bunch of comments. We'll get to those at the break. Using the real phone, like using the networks, would require work to be done outside aperture, which this guy definitely won't do. Yeah, well, that's an issue. Like, I don't understand why the Commonwealth wasn't just subpoenaing tower pings, getting warrants for all that. The 3-point turn is a very vague motion that Apple and Lexus may define differently. And we don't know since we can't compare them fairly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, that makes sense to me. Like, how do you know? And we don't know. Have we gotten to how he's accurate down to the second 24 hours later? No, but we're going to do that. So we'll see here.
Prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSoger, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report?
I do, yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take questions?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus.
This is just right
and
there.
Mr.
That's an example of he can never admit that he's wrong. It's always mistakes, misinterpretings, misunderstandings, not just, you're right. It was a change. Imagine how this guy is in real fucking life. Like I said, a fucking Redditor.
O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance
No, they're
has been
trained
ignored
to do this.
because, in your
We'll get to
words,
it.
this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury, in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement?
Oh, let's see if he's. And that's the thing, chat. When you're up on a witness stand, and they say, "Well, show us where that is," it's because they don't think it's there. Oh no, he didn't say this in the first report. Oh, buddy. Oh no, Hillbilly Jim, what did you do? Hillbilly Jim. Oh no. Uh-oh. This is a big fucking oopsie. Yes. He departed from the original method, but he's clarifying, even though you're departing from the original method. Yep.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
Wait.
And conclusion number.
Wait, it's not worded that way. Shouldn't you be really precise in doing this? Yes, you should.
5 is on page 37 of your January.
Jack Browder says, I'm from Europe. Sorry. Mr. Bauer, I love your work.
2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Bauer, I love your knife work to get people to talk, by the way. Big fan, big fan.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used. In
Exactly,
paragraph 5
Brondo.
In your January 30th, 2025.
I didn't say that, but
report,
actually.
correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025
How is it the
report,
same? It's
instead
not
of
the same.
applying
You didn't
the
do it the
offsets
same.
from the call logs, which discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you
because he's not.
believe that is not confirmation bias?
No, I'm science.
Choosing
I am
the
science.
3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way
I am
you could ever
Senate.
get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So
Oh,
it's your
What?
view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is
What?
in, even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event? Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at
what?
events
He-
that-
he's never wrong.
and you tell me if I'm correct or not,
He's never
occur
wrong.
after
This
the
is
text stream event 1162.2.
this is interesting.
Do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
How do you
And do
explain
you
that?
recall that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of
Cor-
Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14?
Pocket
You
state.
recall that?
So where the pocket
Yes, I do.
stand
And
coming
that
from.
is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct.
Oh!
And neither one of those are user interaction.
I
Oh no! The licensed engineer. That was a knock on his credentials. That was a big fuck you to Mr. Burgess. Also, Angela, you were asking what I was doing. So these are a bunch of foam walls, basically sconces I have hanging up to kill sound, and a couple of them fell down this past winter, and I didn't realize it, and I couldn't get to them, but I picked them up, and the double-sided tape, the carpet tape on them is all goopy. So I'm peeling it off, and I'm going to reapply them and probably put them back up. So that's what I'm doing here. So that's what we're doing. But that was a big fuck you to him. Because you don't have credentials, bitch, is what he just said.
understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you.
And he can't account for that. He can't account for why.
Let's take a
he did
look
it.
at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
Har, har, har.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off.
the
Correct?
remix
Correct.
to ignition
That means that your own testing
out of Brian Albert's
requires
kitchen.
an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the TechStream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However,
However,
you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that.
okay.
So nowhere in your
Here's the problem with this. I haven't seen redirect, but I know what he's gonna say. I already I worked off the same math I was working on before, and my report says that. Remember, if you give people like a reasonable explanation, people will accept it. And I'm sure that's what he's gonna say, and that will make sense to people. That would make sense to me. You have to be careful about answering these questions. And notice Alessi didn't want him to answer it because that would have hurt them. It wouldn't have been effective. So sometimes you got to be careful while you're trying to, fuck with people in your questions.
May 8, 2025 report, did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
That's not the gotcha. That's not a good gotcha. So
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a TechStream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case. Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you
That's outside of his knowledge.
have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no. on that.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
But you generally understand. Do you know anything, sir?
Understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. S.
Wait.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding?
Well, the understanding, I think you can ask, that's speculation. What does he understand, I guess? Or, you know, do you have any? I think he should be allowed to answer that because he's an expert. He can read other expert shit and analyze it. And remember, he's the foundation for Welcher anyway.
Can we approach your honor?
Sure.
And I think unless he's going to be like, well, here's what I'm going to ask him. Here's the only way I can ask him. I think unless he's going to say, like, we can't keep having him object, here's how I got to ask the question. So sometimes you preemptively, you can do this. His hair clump looks sad today. Yeah. Ag is losing his mind over here. What? Oh. So hold on here, chat. So I do love that Brennan calling this guy first. We can use all this to fuck Welcher. Then when he gets up there, well, remember, chat. Part of the when you're doing this stuff, you have to tell a story in a logical way, and Welcher's testimony is built off of Shannon Burgess, so it only makes sense because if Welcher starts talking about his case, there's no foundation for him to talk about it. So you have to, it's the building blocks. Burgess is here, then Welcher's on top. It has to happen that way. So, are we really sure he works at this place? I don't know. I heard Turtle Boy calls him Frank Abagnale, but yes, this is 100% catch me if you can type shit. You know, did he take the Louisiana bar? I bet he failed it. So, whoa, they're having a big discussion. So, here we go. Yes, it took him 2 weeks of studying for the Louisiana bar. But
Yeah,
I don't
Your
think
Honor.
this
Yes.
guy
Thank you.
passed.
Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion. And I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair read.
That's fair read.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has no, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a TechStream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page
Yes,
3.
page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at.
Yes,
Paragraph 4.
page 3.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do say
You see
collision.
the use of the word collision.
Yes.
And
Collision.
again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying TechStream event 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts
Which means you
State
talk to
Police
Tully all the
reports
time.
to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time,
Kind of important.
right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every TechStream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have TechStream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a
There we go.
TechStream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a TechStream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to TechStream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a TechStream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A TechStream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A TechStream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A TechStream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take our morning recess. So let's find out.
All right, please.
All right, chat. Okay. So, real quick, we got a bunch of stuff to catch up on here. Angela says my balding king, yes. Mike says, so anyone assigned using Aperture, could they believe that there's fraud going on here? It depends. I mean, they might have a case for fraud depending on the situation. It could happen. It could happen. It could definitely happen. Barrett says, and you have super chats turned off. Yes, I do. That was for a reason. So, like I said, felt like I needed to do that. Lolita Smiles, you're getting into something here, and you're saying Hank uses a defense expert's report before he testifies. I've never seen that before. I don't think it's very fair. Reports, well, remember, the experts are allowed to read each other's reports, and they can opine and comment on them. So that's actually very proper to do. That's not an improper thing. Let's see here. Brad says the cane is also a rifle, like in the Jackal. Well, he used a crutch. Technically, in the Jackal, he was using a crutch. But yes, very good callback there. Bob Tube has been a member for 6 months. Says, do you want to join my polycule? No, sorry. Gangster Computer God says, did the prosecutor's office drill these guys on how to never answer anything? They're all trained this way. These guys, even the experts, they go through training and understanding on how to answer questions, how to work, how to deal with defense attorneys, just like cops do. I mean, this is nothing new there. Nothing. That's a very good question. Brondo Calrissian says, I didn't say that, but actually, very true. And thank you for being here, by the way. Let's see here. Yes, Johnny Osprey is right. Do you have a peer review study that says I changed my answer? Yes. And this guy's in the neighborhood says the boards that contain Sean shouting, but he shouted him off the wall. Well, funny. And then Palmyra Media for 15 months of support. Thank you for that. It's a very humbling thing. Says, I paid money to have Ag make this guy do math. I think a lot of you science-minded people would pay this guy money to watch him solve, basic equations. Brandon Powell, thank you for being here, saying, sorry, why do all the prosecution witnesses act like criminals when testifying in this case? Because they're all scumbags. Because they are all scumbags. Lolita Smile says, I know the expert reports are in evidence that it's proper, but it's still shitty. Well, technically, they're not in evidence. They haven't been admitted, but I get what you're saying. Yes, expert reports are switched around. MMDE says, my polycule has all the cookies. Well, you had me at cookies. You're being too hard on yourself. I understand, but I already started it, so I'm not stopping it. Blaze says, my issue is that it's confusing to rebut the defense experts without knowing the defense experts' testimony. I understand, but remember their argument is from the prosecution side, it doesn't matter what their argument is. The defense is wrong and our expert's right. So they're going to say, don't even worry. They're basically saying, ignore this guy. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. We're the right ones. So that's what they're doing. Luke says, I'll make him do undergrad graph theory work, make him earn that bachelor's. Maybe the 18th year is his final, the lucky year for him. Yes. Ag says, I'll just make Shannon attempt to solve physics problems. That seems to be the subject he's least knowledgeable in. Palmyra says it's actually 25 months according to my large YouTube invoice. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Reformed Convict says, I'm violating your First Amendment super chat rights, and the chat won't stand. You organize a picket line on my sidewalk. Who will join me? Well, you're going to have to suffer. I turned him off for a reason, and that reason's not changing for today. They'll come back tomorrow. I'll come back tomorrow. He's definitely going for the lifetime student discount. Yes, he'll paid for so many credit hours, they'll name a building after him. Oh. Gangster says what's awful is most people in the situation can never afford an Alessi. Most people can never afford a David Yannetti or an Alan Jackson. Remember, he works at DLA Piper. That's shit. Well, hold on. Yeah. Top 50 law firms in the world. Let's do that. Largest law firms by revenue. You know, I'll just do it by largest law firms by revenue. So here you go, chat. Largest law firms in the world by revenue. Here you go. Largest law firms in the world by revenue. Alan Jackson works at DLA Piper. Robert Alessi works at DLA Piper. DLA Piper, their revenue last year, $3.8 billion. 4,500 lawyers. Revenue per lawyer, $840,000. The profit per partner, $3 million. They are fucking massive. They are fucking massive. And these guys are just absolutely huge. They are huge. It's a very, very, very big law firm. They've been around, so, yeah. So, just so you understand, you're dealing with the big guys. Like I said, not trying to suck them off, but I'm just telling you, none of us can afford these guys. Sorry, chat, excuse me. So, yeah, these guys are huge. Once he reaches 20 years as a bachelor student, he can retire and get a pension. Do we think he's still enrolled? Oh, I'm sure he's not an active enrollee right now. I guarantee you he has no credit hours he signed up for in the past. I guarantee you it's been a lot. It's been a month of Sundays. Eight on 5. Am I trying to make you guys be fiscally responsible? Shit. No, like I said, I think I felt like I acted like an asshole last night in some comments I made. And yeah, like I said, I don't want to be the thing that I fear becoming. So I just kind of needed to remind myself today. So it's not you, it's me. So look at the years of education he has. Yes. So the per partner profit is crazy. Well, dude, that's these law firms. Yeah, you know what though? You know how many hours you're working as a partner in these firms? I will say this much about the show Suits. That part is right. Harvey Specter working till 10 o'clock every night and having no fucking life. Yeah. Working in a firm like this, yeah, you make a lot of money, but you want to fucking hang yourself. I mean, guys, I worked in the oil patch. We were a law firm working for the oil companies down in Southern Ohio. You know, we had to bill 250 fucking hours a month. This shit, corporate big law is a fucking boiler room. It's like fucking boiler room. It is awful at times. The money's good, and you know, you're fucking raking in cash, but it is fucking brutal to get done. Let me tell you. Especially when you have you're servicing a client who demands to see you working on the weekends. I ended up getting assigned one of the drilling companies, and they're like, we want to see you guys work in 6 days. We working Saturdays. I'm like, but the courts and shit are closed. Like, I'm trying to there's only so much I could do. Like, I would have to save work. Like, I'd work on other clients throughout the week, and then I would save all the work I had to do for them for Saturday. Like, fucking big loss shit makes you want to neck yourself. It's awful. So, former Prime Minister of Spain, yeah, I mean, these guys are all so oh, you guys, you're right. Jackson used to work at DLA Piper. He's at Worksman Jackson and Quinn. Sorry, my bad. I forgot. He used to work there. But that's how he knows Robert Alessi. That's how he knows Bob Alessi. So, that graph theory makes me sad. I don't know why they're. So why did Jackson bring on Alessi? Because Alessi is a science guy, and he's a very good appellate attorney. He knows appellate issues very well. Like, he's the science dude. They know they need him there. Where have you heard of Kirkland Ellis before? Well, there's that too. Did Sean call us just poor? Yeah. We're all poors in that situation. So. You don't remember talking I don't remember you talking shit. I understand, but like I said, I felt like I did. So. Did I have a Whippet crash out? No. Yeah, BobTube says my mom was a senior associate at a big firm. She'd be dictating contracts until 3 a.m. a lot of nights. Yeah. It's fucking awful. Yeah. Most do a 40-hour week, about 4 weeks a month. That's 160 hours. I had to bill 250. Yeah, we did. Thankfully, if I had to drive to because there were times I had to go do a lot of work where I was driving to courthouses because I was a low man on the totem pole. So we were trying to, especially when you're trying to do a drill site for a frac well, you have to have the title spotless. And then if there's coal underneath that part, you have to figure out who owns the coal seams you're drilling through. We had to know all that shit front to back. And those, the drill sites, we didn't trust to random yahoos. The firm specifically ran title on those things. So we had to go there, search out title, do title opinions on all of that. So there were some days I drive 2 hours each way. But we were allowed to bill that. Because otherwise, we'd never fucking get done. At least I would. But there are other guys knocking out $250 a month just working in the office. It's awful. Mike says $250 in a month on a normal work day is 12.5-hour days. Yeah, well, you ended up knocking out 8 hours, 6-8 hours on a Saturday to kind of even it out. So, do they work more than court-appointed attorneys? Yes, 100%. 100% it does. Luke says Shannon Burgess' Tinder profile has his bachelor's on it. That's not a surprise. That's not a surprise. Alessi's an expert destroyer. Yeah. Robert Alessi's got a hell of a training. So Baby Cake says Jones day and night. Yes, I've heard that joke before. So let's see here. I'm just catching up, making sure we're all set. Is Alessi single? Asking for a friend? No. Oh, I did have a light flashing at me. Yes. So, Mike says if Karen is acquitted, based on the belief of planted evidence, are they suing the Commonwealth? No, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do about that so far. Rob says, do I have a page now that I'm felted? Yeah, I have a page. Thank God it's small. I try to keep it small. So, protect my coal. Well, yeah, well, the coal companies don't like you drilling through their coal seams, but yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. It was a real problem. You know, and the problem is there's like 12 different types of coal. There's like number 1 coal, number 3, number 4, number 5. Pittsburgh, you know, but they're also known by different names. Waynesburg coal, Pittsburgh coal, and like Consolidated Coal out of Pennsylvania owns a lot of the seams. But like we've got to drill through it because we have a right to get to the oil. So it's a whole thing there. It's the whole thing to it. I've worked 320 hours in a month. It was brutal. Yeah. And I'm not going to say it was like working in a factory or pulling security on a fucking, you know, combat outpost in Afghanistan, but it fucking sucked. 250 hours doing office work makes you want to fucking eat a pistol too some days. So, yeah. So, which is the type of coal that costs $13.50 a sack? I don't know, but it's probably low sulfur coal. Or else it is anthracite. Or so. So, anyways, we're going to keep going, chat. We're going to keep going. There's charcoal. Yeah, but you can make your own charcoal. Did I pay the coal toll? No, I didn't have to. What company owns that massive still burning coal mine fire? I don't think anybody still owns, like, you talking about Centralia, Pennsylvania? It doesn't matter. It's because it's a ghost town now. So anyways, yes, we've actually 2.0 and I've been there. The Centralia, Pennsylvania coal fire. The town basically got wiped out by it. And you can go there and see basically a vacant just sets of streets. It's really cool. And then you can go graffiti the street in one spot. It's kind of neat. All right, guys, enough of that. Let's get back to the show. No breaks for chat. Shh. So we've got a 45-minute lunch. Bev kept them like, she gave them like
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She gave them a bad lunch, man.
Mr. Burgess? I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
The text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right.
on the vehicle.
You
Correct.
said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question.
That would be critical to know. Is this like all the others? How many other trigger events are there? Why wouldn't you know that? Like, do some real science, buddy.
There were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to events surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today,
They're trigger happy to do.
none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of the reference
Wait, what just happened?
that she did with respect to
Okay,
the
there we go.
Lexus SUV.
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro
Thank you,
SD
Brewberry.
card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
say?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps, part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right.
Another
I'm
mistake.
trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right. So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location.
It's a big fucking thing to confuse. Yeah.
I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Well, Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, 8 bits in a byte. Yeah. Gigabytes, not gigabits. Duh. Well, that's it. No, Paul Meyer has nothing to do with has nothing to do with that. It's entirely all me. Has entirely nothing to do with it. I appreciate the concern there, but no. Separate reason why I did it. Has nothing to do with anybody here. Like I said, it's entirely all me. So don't worry about it. I appreciate it though.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
did.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burgess is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms, and
That's
see
interesting,
tell me
Ash.
if this
I'll
is correct.
save that for later. Uh-oh. Why is the
Where?
feed all garbaging
To
out?
make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro SD
understood.
card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Mm. So yeah, Chad, I mean, he thoroughly destroyed this guy. He had to acknowledge, like, I mean, look at his eyes. Look in his eyes. He's like, oh, did I do good? No, I think he did a very bad job here. He ended up having to acknowledge, yes, my reports say all the shit and contradict me. I contradict myself multiple times. Yeah, that was about as disastrous as an expert thing you can do. And I'm not joking. I don't think you could make that in a movie and make that, like I said, I don't think that would be believable. I would like I said, if you sent that to me, I would tell you you're being retarded. That's not how the real world works. And apparently I'm wrong. Because apparently that's how the real world works. And you're like, what the fuck? But apparently that's how the real world works. So yeah, but that was an absolute disaster. If I'm Aperture, I don't know how they think they're going to get business anytime soon, because that was literally disastrous. And certainly if this guy ever testifies again, holy shit, this is not good. This is not good. So, yeah. A false CV, all of it was bad. So, when does he take the pregnancy test? Yes, very true. That was just awful. Who's Gaffney? She was the defense expert who started pulling chips. Started trying to analyze the data. So, but yeah, this was just bad. All right, here goes Hank. Let's see what Hank does.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that included as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge
You do follow the rules unless you misunderstand them or misinterpret them, because you appear to misinterpret a lot of things, buddy.
about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it
A
asks,
lot of people do, though.
for education, whether graduated or ongoing. Do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth of the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
What year?
2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. (183). You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates.
I'm calling
in
bullshit on
Celebrate
that.
and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrate Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrate.
GIAC chat. You know where we heard that before? Jessica Hyde. I've said this before, chat. When it comes to experts and their accreditations and all this, it's a very incestuous thing where like they all basically reinforce each other and it's all like referring your friends and buddies. Like it's all about making money. That's all this is. It's all about making money, even ARCA. But at least ARCA's good at what they do. But these guys are hacks. And these hacks go make money off each other. This is like 100% what they do. So, yeah, just keep all that in mind. Keep all that in mind.
Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrate
More or
software,
less.
as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What
Guys,
was that last
remember
part? Sorry.
Any
Jessica
certifications
Hyde?
regarding
Jessica Hyde is the lady who talked about the cell phone stuff that had the weird headdress on, like out of Star Wars. That was her after Ian Whiffen.
computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or Bosch?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours.
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification?
Yes, that's classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024.
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney.
None of those
and a
guys
number of
lied
other,
about their fucking
people with the
degrees.
MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
Yes.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
I agree. Now he's fucking Steve Jobs. Like, okay. Remember, this is Hillbilly Jim. I'm just like that Steve Jobs feller. I'll make them phones talk. I could have made Siri myself. I would have called her Sandra, though, because I don't think Siri's a white name.
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Was that protocol peer reviewed? Did it get peer reviewed by the people you work with? Did your bosses do it? No, we already know the answer to that. You're just like, I just dang did it. I thought it was like making a mod for Half-Life. Which, okay, based, but still. Oh, I just done did it. Okay, thanks, buddy.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Remember that?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10th, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental
Was
protocol.
that on October 17th, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Sustained.
Why did you?
I'm sorry about the echo, chat. I very much am. I'm sorry. Also, I'm not trying to make fun of you Southerners. Southerners are great people, God's people. I'm just saying, man, this guy is reinforcing every stereotype y'all have. He literally is Cletus, the slack-jawed yokel. That's who's testifying right now. Cletus, the slack-jawed yokel. I expect him to climb up on a telephone pole and be like, I could call my mom with this thing. Hey, Mo, get off the roof. That's what I'm expecting him to do. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry he's Hillbilly Jim. But, he is what he is. It's just, it is what it is, chat.
When you realized, or what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that
Did
was?
anybody check your work?
Not specifically, I do not.
When you did a supplemental
showed you your
protocol,
report, would that
did you
help your
get
memory?
help?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Did you find a teacher? Did you find an adult?
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first
A
filed?
little bit here. While
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and you put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
no, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice?
One would
when
think
there are
so.
Reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they can be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did. Yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffen's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffen's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked.
You really know
if
what you were doing,
aware
though. You don't.
Of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so this was
Mm,
double D for identification.
okay.
That would be the next exhibit.
Is it misleading like his education?
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. Where do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
I mean, this is just
Up, please. I'm sorry. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page, again, is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, tech people, is this making sense to you at all? Just like I look for you guys to say this is bullshit or not. You're my divining rods.
Can we turn to the next page?
Sorry, I'm trying to figure shit out here and I don't understand it. So
Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using...
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'm going to allow that. That's his concerns.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments?
argue it is wrong for him to say it's misleading the jury. He should just say, I believe it is incorrect.
Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Would you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah, so highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report and your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, and then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the text stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph on the bottom left, if we could enlarge that. Is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer. So it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
I haven't
Sure.
banned
So
anyone.
those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare. And again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure.
So it's not recording things. If it doesn't record stuff, then how do you know it's actually being accurate in what it's recording? So it may not record stuff, and I don't know what it does other times. How the fuck is any of this valid or reliable? I mean, look at him. He's sweating up there.
Like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay. Please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first 5 events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask some questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could,
Well, that's the other thing I was going to ask you. This sounds like it's entirely random, which doesn't make sense. Like, there's no control. It sounds like when Whippin's like, it automatically deletes shit. How does it do it? Randomly? I don't know. That makes no sense at all. This could be entirely random and not control. Like, then if this is all at random, then how do you scientifically, like, methodize anything? You can't perform the scientific method on random events because you can't, like, duplicate them. So if this is random, how can he do any of this? I don't understand it. Once again, chat, I've already mentioned I'm an idiot when it comes to science. So, like, I think science is magic. And I'm willing to admit that. I don't get this.
zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Also, wouldn't it make more sense to compare iPhone to iPhone since they're going to be more likely running off the same networks and same clocks and same programs? I mean, that's part of the idea. You compare like to like. If you compare apples to oranges, you're going to get a weird result. I mean, like I said, this shit confuses me a little bit. For reasons I can't say out loud, GPS has to be accurate. Oh, no, it 100%. Yeah, so we can kill people. It's very good. Yes. Oh, yes. The randomness is part of it. It's boxed. Yeah. This whole thing is just. I believe in the omnicide. At times, I do. Mike is saying that's what I said. Yeah. Bringing the card time into this is retarded. So. It's so obvious. I understand. Yes. Yes, and comparing A to A, he compared A to D. Yes. If it's drifting, it's going to continue drifting. Yes. So this is just awful. This is just fucking garbage.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where
Well,
does that
yes,
box
if
come
you
from?
had an iPhone,
Sure, so-
iPhone, there might be a difference, but at least you could compare the differences and have baselines. He's comparing an iPhone to a Lexus. How do you compare the baselines on those? Like, they're not the same things. So I don't understand how that works.
Again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30
Yes.
phone call. And this is
Stick drift on the
comparing the
controller.
iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct,
Had you
yes.
seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down 0.154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
Turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this, and it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted.
Not sure.
But what we see is so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1 and the +2 again. The +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
None of those numbers are consistent. There's no pattern to any of this.
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn
Probably
begins.
a lot.
And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Can we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment.
100%, yes.
After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization.
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So that was finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
All right, chat. Sorry. Also, 2.0 made me some chicken and quinoa. So it's my dinner. Oh, yes, Kimmy, because I really want to hear Hank's jump cuts. Those will be great. You guys had a bunch of things here. John Coleman giving 5 subs. Thank you, John. Very much. Unhung Hero for 15 months says, Sean, trust the data. We'll try. Slow-Mo Savage has been a member for 10 months. Says, Burgess gets degree before Nick ships off his 5K locals gift first. Yeah. I don't know. Who wins? Kia Patrick says, the only cert body I half-ass trust is ISC2. Okay. Yes, Amateur Iconoclast said a lot of private equity money went up in smoke. I'm sure this was devastating for Aperture. Palmyra Media gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, the 21 seconds between 4 hours would get people killed. Yes, that is such a variation of time. I don't see how it works. And Chorgon Scormhammer says, the date on this chat is wrong. Should be years. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for the support. 5 months. SB Sellers asking a great question. Does the defense expert get to, respond to all this? Yes. He gets to come out and say, no. It is you who's a retard. And gets to lay it all out. He's allowed to do that. So, 100% allowed, and it will happen. So, I get 15 total. Make sure you get it. I know you did. But it says 15 total. It only shows 5. I only see 5. Hold on. I'll double check here. I don't see 5. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Because it only shows StreamYard's only showing so much. I know I did 10, then I'm 15. I'm checking my end too. Oh, okay. Well, I don't see it. So the community, this community board's interesting. I hadn't seen this before looking through it. So that's cool. Interesting. It helps when you scream, this guy's an asshole every 5 seconds. So I guess that helps you. So let's see where they're catching up. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, please, Jerry, follow me.
All right, so they're going ahead here. They're taking a break. Looks like they're doing lunch chat. So they're going to do their lunch break. Here we go. We're back. No breaks, chat. No breaks. All gas. No breaks.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Yes, only 50 subs away from watching the fan.
Sir, when I asked you about
only for an hour straight, chat, 50 subs and we'll watch the fan.
your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it and look up when you're done. Then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two tech stream events. I want to focus on the first tech stream event, and that is the tech stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the tech stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the tech stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of the circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the.
Wait, this is at 34 Fairview where this happens? That's not 34 Fairview, is it? Is that? I don't think that's 34 Fairview, right? I thought they did the 3-point turn somewhere else. That's not outside of Fairview. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I'm going to make sure. His 3-point turn data doesn't make sense. It's not Chapman. Okay, that's what I thought. It's just looking at the view. I was like, I saw the trees and I was like getting a little confused there. Yeah. So. She's telling you up your game, Holmes. You suck at this. So. Yeah. Anyways, this 3-point turn thing, the reason why they use it, Chaz, is because Karen talks about doing a 3-point turn.
Horizontal radius.
And other
which is
people talk
accuracy.
about doing it.
So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the 3-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone, again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you review to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chart or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We'll start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram?
Now, chat, this is where they're using this to show how they can correlate, because remember, they can't synchronize the clocks, but his theory is it's kind of like when a movie production and they do the and action, they do the clap. That's so you can sync up. That's so you can like correlate the data and match it up. And he's trying to correlate things from here. So that's what he's trying to claim. The 3-point turn is one of those events he can use as a benchmark because they both record it. So that's what he's trying to do here.
Diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it
He's
is.
trying to validate his data.
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
In the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it
between
is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range and the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor. I appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no?
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside that, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wonder what Alessi's arguing here exactly, but we'll see. So, yeah, she goes from the heading of 352 going this way to almost all of a sudden going back that way. That's a very quick turnaround, even in non-shitty conditions. He would have to like spin around in the snow, but she's not going fast enough to spin out. So I don't understand how we can make this work. So. Yeah, their time range is so right at the end, it can't possibly prove the impact. Well, we'll see. So, here we go. Yeah, no, it's literally 1 second. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he literally can't do it. Unless she spun around, but even then. So, let's see here. Like I said, chat, and I may be a horrible person, but I want Kieran Reed to lose just so they can suffer. So this guy can suffer. They can all suffer. Or would they say suffer? Suffer. What would they say in Boston? I want them all to suffer. And I'm willing to say that on the record. I want them to suffer.
We go back to slide 40.
Oh, hi,
please.
hella people. Hi, hella.
In
No, I
reaching
want-
your conclusion,
Wait, did I say I wanted Karen to lose? No, I want Karen to win. I'm sorry. I want the O'Keefes to suffer. I want them all to suffer. So, sorry. That was a misstatement. I misstated things. I misinterpreted. See, instead I'll just say no. I acted like a retard there. No, I want the O'Keefes to lose. There. See, I didn't misinterpret. I just did something retarded.
about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Was
Yes, it's a
stamp
split.
154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my
Yes,
analysis.
really.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those
Hey,
to
what?
the iPhone,
Nobody-
we can
hold on
adjust and get
Mods, I don't know who's doing it. Do not hide messages, please.
a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that?
Okay, no
variance
worries. No
that is
worries.
needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh,
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
That is such a fucking. You're an expert. You're like,
Number
it
43.
kind of happens. This is such bullshit. This is such bullshit.
Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn.
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream
How does he explain John O'Keefe's phone showing all kinds of impact and movement afterwards? He can't. I'd love to hear his explanation for that. Like, maybe a possum got it.
data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question? So I
Sure. You said
understand.
a window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32 and 04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again.
Okay. Once again, though, you only go off of one night where one time this happened. You never tried the other times to see if the other events were similar. Also, Island, why can't you send things? Because I disabled it. So, I mean, Hank did a really good job here, but this still just seems like such bullshit. This seems like such bullshit. Why'd I do it? For personal reasons. So, did he ever say that Alexis has an exact time, but the iPhone's like drifting around? I don't know. And that doesn't make any sense because the iPhone's got a robust network it uses. So yeah. So this is nonsense and a half. Now we're going to get to recross. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Moving to evidence page 41. I move
Bobby
to evidence
Alessi.
page 40.
Bobby Alessi's getting ready
Your Honor,
to
I
look
move into
back.
evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Moving to evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, loud.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Great.
So Project Com, how it works. There's direct. You get direct. You get direct. It goes down into cross. From there, you get redirect. And then from there, depending on the case, in this case, you're going to get it, but a lot of times this is it. But you don't always get recross, but she's allowing it, and this is critical. So this is one of the expert witnesses. So you get recross. Now, every once in a while, we've seen trials where there's like another further and then another further and goes down. But also think about it this way. On direct, you can ask a lot of questions. On cross, you're limited to what was on direct. So it's like a funnel. And then from there on redirect, you can only talk about what was brought up on cross. And then from recross, you can only talk about what was brought up on redirect. So think about it like a funneling of issues. That's the traditional way. Now, that's in states that suck. In Ohio, cross is unlimited in scope. So the neat part is in Ohio, we don't play these gay games. In Ohio, cross is just as powerful as direct. I can ask you whatever I want at any point in time on cross. So we don't do this stuff. And we have a new member, the nicest, cutest little boy, Chef Quide. Oh, he's such a good boy. He's so cute with his chef's hat on. We love Clyde, don't we, chat? We love Quide. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Say. So let's see here. No, you guys just leave it alone. Like I said, if you want to know why I did it, go back to the beginning. I stated my reasons. So did Clyde make the quinoa? I think so. 2.0 did all the cooking. She was like, she got back and Rucker says, you might not have room for a wallet, but I swear it won't make you any heavier. Well, thank you. And then real quick here. Ramcross says, I will pledge to memberships when I get through the divorce with no lube I'm going through. Hey, man, I appreciate, and this is part of the issue, you guys being here. It says right now on my StreamYard, 450 people are here. Maybe more, maybe less, whatever. There's 450 of you here watching me. Thank you. Thank you so very much. If you're commenting, thank you. If you're liking it, thank you. If you're saying thumbs down, thank you. If you're chatting, thank you. You know, if you're liking and subscribing and doing all that fun, sharing it, thank you so much. Really, I truly mean it. Thank you. So, I appreciate whatever you guys could do, but please never feel obligated. But I appreciate any and all things, but I also understand. So please don't ever feel obligated. That's all I wanted to say there. Kat says, I wonder if they'll fire this guy after the trial. They really can't. They're kind of stuck with him now because if they fire him, that's a tacit admission he's a piece of shit. So. Yes. Say thank you, Janelle. All right, so. You say, I honestly hate this trial. It's boring as shit. I mean, I don't know if this is boring. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is about as interesting as it's ever going to get in a trial. I mean, short of like talking about people cornholing each other, I don't know how much more fun you think you can have here. I mean, like the Bondage Master trial where they talked about all that shit was pretty funny, but that's about it. So anyways, let's keep going.
Once we get these marked open.
A, B, and C.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Whoa! Once again, chat. Once again, you need to understand this. When an attorney's asking you this type of question, you're in a deposition or whatever. They know the answer. They're waiting for you to give an answer. So, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, shit, chat. Hold on here. Yeah. Retard alert. Retard alert. Yeah, that's a retard alert there, chat. That's a retard alert. Whoa, buddy. Whoa. So, ooh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, hold on here. We'll rewind this a bit, chat. So,
You talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Chat. Oh. And here's the thing. Alessi's sitting there smiling, and he's just like Richard. He's just like it's just like Richard III. Why I can smile and murders while I smile and cry content, that which grieves my heart, and to wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and to frame my face for all occasions. That's what you're dealing with right now. That is what you are dealing with right now. Unless he's just sitting there like, oh, okay, I guess we'll take care of this. That's some Shakespeare for you, chat. Why is security sitting right there? Because security had to find a place to sit. So that's why. Because they got to do jury security. And security for like the back entrance. Because right over here on the far left side is the entrance to the room. Do you think Alessi will retire if she wins? No. Guys like Alessi don't stop. This guy's built on conquering nations. It's like asking Alexander to quit. Alexander wept when there were no more worlds to conquer, but he didn't quit. He would keep going if he could. So, yes, that's the glare. That's Will from the glare. So, but holy shit. Yes, I'd make him a sticker, chat. 50 subs and we'll make it a Alessi sticker. An emoji. Yes, I'm trying to culture you and stuff. Yes. Alexander's army basically mutinied on him. Yes, but well, that's a separate issue. Oh. Anyways.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you?
Wait, I thought he said he's not a crash reconstructionist. I thought he said he doesn't do crash reconstruction. When the hell has he started doing it then? I thought you said you don't do that shit, brother. Brother. I thought you said you don't do that. Yeah, he denied being a reconstructionist earlier. Holy shit. Wow. Ghost says the case is still going. If it's in federal court, it sounds like it's a civil lawsuit. Those could easily take 2-3 years. That's not really a hard thing. Civil cases drag on for fucking ever. Forever. Easily. So yeah, this is just... Christopher Pickett says they can't object on relevance. No, because they're talking about... Remember, they brought up on Cross. He lied about his things. Hank Brennan tried to rehabilitate that. So guess what? Guess what happens? Remember, it's on recross. So on redirect, they rehabilitated him. So guess what? Recross is now the narrowing of that funnel, but that issue of credibility is still going. Credibility is always relevant. And it's impeachment and it's credibility. It's always relevant. So, yeah. Like I said, chat, it's a funnel. When it comes to, you have direct, you have cross, you have redirect, and then recross. Remember, it's a funneling of issues. You remember the testimony, it gets funneled and funneled and funneled until it's done. So theoretically, if they kept going, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller. So that's why. And remember, this guy's credibility was brought up here. So once you brought up his credibility, it then became fair game. So what happened? Well, once it got brought up, his credibility got brought up here. So guess what? It started trickling down through redirect. So that means you can bring it up on recross. And it's now an issue that can be discussed. So that's why it's happening like that. I hope that makes sense. Now draw the ovaries. So, isn't proffering someone as an expert bringing up their credibility? Yeah. Quick says, so what about a second direct? Well, that's called redirect. There is no second direct. Remember, everything narrows. So redirect is limited by cross. And then recross is limited by redirect. So they need balls now. Thank you. You definitely know definitely have to watch my sarcasm. Okay, well. Anyways, there we go. It was a Lord of the Rings joke and it failed. I'm sorry. So I bet Brennan wishes they did a voir dire. Yeah, that would have been helpful.
In that particular case, there were like all cases.
I get it
made,
now. The
correct?
second breakfast.
I'm sure there were, yes.
I'd like a second breakfast.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification.
Okay.
Please.
Is it EEE for ID?
It's the dolphin thing. It's the
May I
dolphin
present to the witness, Your Honor?
exhibit.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure, as long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take you farther.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of these
Yes.
for identification? They're,
And you know what? Those are certified copies, so they're self. And here's the thing, chat. Some of you are wondering. Yes, it's the tinnitus. It's the tinnitus exhibit. KRM knows what I'm talking about. Yes, a federal court. Yes. More collusion between the defense and the feds. Yes. Very good one. I appreciate that joke. But remember, chat, they don't have to bring in the clerk from the federal court to do this. It's a self-authenticating document. So.
Yep.
Let me just give one first. If I can see that back and report, I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is. So if you mark
Yep.
one document for that.
FFF right D.
Can I reach over you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would,
The objections stay.
do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
there.
Your Honor, I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, so Hank's going to oppose something here about how it's going to be offered. Palmyra Media with 10 more sobs. Let's go tonight, chat. Let's go. The internet was made for this moment, yes. Palmyra, thank you for the support and your generosity. Once again, guys, thank you all very much tonight. I understand you can call me a homo all you want, but I'm doing what I felt like I needed to do for myself. So, want you all to suffer. There we go. It's on my end. Oh, hey, you never have guys, you never have an obligation. Whatever you do or don't do, I greatly appreciate. So please never feel obligated. But thank you very much for your support and your generosity. I truly do appreciate it. David, how you doing? Oh no, David's upset. David's upset. So, okay, here we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Oh, I used to have a tie like Yanetti's. Was not my favorite tie. Yellow's not, I don't really like, not that kind of yellow. There's other ways you could do yellow, but not that type of pattern. I had a tie like that. Not my favorite tie. Not my favorite tie. Oh, Lally's? Fuck. Even though that's Ohio State, man, that fucking slaps. Look at that fucking tie right there. Now, unless he's got a good fucking power tie on, but Lally's tie, I fucking like that. I don't think that goes. He's wearing like a charcoal jacket, though. The black really doesn't go well, but that tie fucking slaps. I'd wear that tie.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little closer proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions.
David says I have that tie,
with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation
Yes.
that, as typical in
This is always a fashion channel.
litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally,
Mike
yes.
will get to this.
And
Yes.
have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Correct. Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert
Screenshot it,
witness
chat,
designation,
screenshot
correct?
it.
Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, et cetera, even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status as an expert witness consisted of exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and
What?
FFF into evidence.
Ooh, buddy.
And, sir,
Ooh.
Do
Ooh.
EEE and FFF fairly and
Chat, let me
accurately
hold on.
represent the submission?
Here, chat. Here's what just happened. Here's what just happened. Round up. That's what just happened. Whoa, buddy. Oh, no. Did he perjure himself there? I mean, remember, perjury means you knowingly intended to lie, but yeah. So unless he's a bit of a spot, unless he's almost 70 years old, 70-year-old guys are going to lose their hair. Jeff says, does that have anything to do with the data analyzed? Jeff, if he lies, how reliable is his data? How do we know it's good? How do we know he did things right? How do we know the data matches? Like, how do we know the data's been properly handled? He lies. He's inaccurate. He doesn't get the basic shit right. He can't tell a bit from a byte, and he keeps buying hard white. You know, he doesn't realize what kind of chips in the setups, and he couldn't get things to work again. Will you trust him? Are you going to trust the guy who it takes 20 years to get a degree? Like, you're the one who's going to have to explain why we need to trust him. Very reliable. You wouldn't fucking hire him with this. Don't spare me your bullshit. You wouldn't hire somebody who walked in with a sketchy resume and had bullshit answers. Come on now. Come on, son. This is weak sauce. Your shit's weak. Shit's weak. So, yeah.
Of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case.
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it.
He's admitting to it now.
Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes,
Wilson.
Your Honor.
Oh. Yeah, chat. I mean, oh, buddy. Oh. So yeah, this is just disastrous. I mean, buddy, this is not something good here. Hold on. What? Okay. I see the screenshot now of David over on Twitter. Somebody just sent that to me. David, great screenshot. I look good on the bench. Oh no, chat up. I'm not getting AGP. This is not good. No.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, and Exhibit F for identification,
As one exhibit?
as one exhibit.
Right, we'll do that.
And that would be the order.
Exhibit 193.
Thank you. May I hand it to the?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Oh,
And this was filed
wow.
in 2023.
Understood. So now what
Wow.
I'd like to do, Your Honor, is
Wow.
to, ma'am, keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witness as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Yeah, nothing's gonna,
Actually,
guys.
maybe two.
Nothing happens, and remember, perjury is like the hardest thing to prove because you can always just go, "Oh, I misunderstood. I'm a retard." Yuck, and that's it. That's all it takes. Perjury is the easiest thing to get out of.
183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has
Hi,
been the
crime
subject
sleuthin'.
of discussion.
Exactly. You can't tell any of this shit. You shouldn't be
And
doing.
sir,
it.
if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Wallace State University, named Governor George Wallace. That's pretty fucking based. George Wallace, segregation here, segregation now, segregation forever. Wow, that's a pretty base school. But yeah, you remember, chat. Remember, this is not how you do it. If you are like when you do this, this implies you've completed. This implies you've completed the thing you're doing. You have completed it. Okay? This implies you've completed it. If you didn't want to do that, what you would do is what a normal non-shitbag person would do. They would come in here and they would white this out. They wouldn't have it written like this. If he had any integrity, he would have written here. He would have done, he would have done. Oh, damn it. I lost it. Oh, shit. God damn it. What happened? Fuck. All right, hold on, chat. I think we're yeah, we're about right here. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we're right here. Okay, sorry, chat. I lost it. But no, if once again I said this, if you were still in school, Like all you people out there, like Jeff and all you people ball licking for the government, that means you've completed it. If you were still working on it, you would just do this. You would go 2008 to present. That's all you would do. If that's all he had, that's how he would do it. And guess what? It would say like that right there. 2008 to present. That's all he would have to do. That's all he would have to do. That's all he would have to do. That would show he's still in school. That would show he's still in school. Yes, this means he's lied. If he's a true professional, he would have included until he's done. Well, I think he could shows that. I think you could show you're working on it. Yeah, it's also a Bachelor of General Studies, which means he couldn't do shit. General Studies means he was a complete fucking tool. Like, in business administration, like, run fucking Lemonade Tycoon. There you go, business administration. But what a fucking piece of shit. What a fucking piece of shit. So, yeah.
Whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I
And
did.
your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there,
Exactly.
is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
That's
Okay,
not how
so-
that works. That is not how that works. You would have said class of 2024. If you wanted to say you were going to be completed, you could have said anything. You could have done expected, expected 2024. You could have done something, but you didn't do that. You didn't do any of that. You just put 2024. What does the average person think 2024 means? You completed it then. I would, if I was a lessee, and I hope they've done this, and I don't know if this comes up in the thing, all these accreditation groups he's a part of, I would ask them, how would you guys interpret these resumes? Because it would be really devastating to go, hey, all your little dildo sniffing organization says this is a bullshit way of doing it. Why are you doing it that way? Why are you doing what they consider charlatanism? You would have said expected 2024. You wouldn't have just said 2024. You just quietly put shit up there.
This document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know
That's
how
the
to write
point,
currently
exactly.
pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Yeah,
Let's go back to
it's a known acronym.
Bachelor
Really?
of General Science in Mathematics.
Really? It's
and
a known
Business
acronym? Are
Administration.
we going to say that for
degree
real?
does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
Whoa. Oh, no.
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
Oh. What about going to college, Jeff? I would never do this on my resumes. That'd be dishonest as fuck. Just Jeff, here's the neat thing. You can just, because you're a shitty troll, I think you honestly believe this stuff. You can go, wow, this guy's a piece of shit, and still think the evidence supports Karen getting convicted. You can do that. Try it. So, but this is fucking awful. I mean, he's still not understanding what the fuck is going on here. He's like, I'm the smartest man in the whole holler. Y'all just don't understand my greatness. I once modded a PlayStation. We played Twisted Steel all night long. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I got my law license without college, exactly. Yes, he has a bachelor's of gay sex. I bet he does. So. Yeah. So. He talked his way from, yes, working for Aperture out of his car factory job, yes. Where he had to make sure he didn't fucking cut his hands off in the press. So, yeah, just a few hundred minor errors. No big deal.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
No.
so I'll strike that.
Okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear.
You should say, what was your intent?
it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would
Objection.
complete my degree.
I would object. That's still that's speculate. Like, what was the expectation? Well, I argue speculation for people reading that, but whatever.
In 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So
No, I'm going to allow it.
You know, he turns into Nick. It's like soon, 2 weeks, soon. It turned into the Rumble. Guys, this guy's chasing down a degree like it's a Rumble contract. Any day now, chat. Just you wait.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
A personal objective? Like, work and life get in the way. Work, you mean the work you don't fucking do properly? I mean, it doesn't seem like you do well at your job, so why are you worried about it? It's not like you're going to get in the way of your job. You don't do it right.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Go for it.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are
Wow.
awesome.
Thank you.
Wow. BTFO'd. Monster kill. Godlike. Oh. Yes, the double wide blues. Yes, yes, so I'd love to talk to him afterwards. How do you think that went, sir? Yes. Combo breaker. Overkill. Holy shit. Humiliation. Yes. Yeah, that was just bad. So. Even that guy's like, what did I just witness?
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. I can begin with clip 23.
Yay, chat, more jump cuts. Yes, it violated all his rights.
From the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, "It's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left." I said, "All right," so I pull into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
I'd like the next play, clip 25.
Okay. He's using that to show that the data is reliable. Okay, chat, this is part of the investigative discovery shit that dropped right before the trial. Let's see what this one says.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage.
Wait, they filmed this in the middle of trial? This is like the most hubris shit. Like, this is hubris, chat. Remember I told you, read the Greek tragedies and read the Greek plays. The Fates love nothing more than felting people, BTFOing them, and just giving them a good comeuppance. You tempt the Fates, Karen.
You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, 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 as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
Okay.
And finally, clip 24.
Okay. What does that actually show here? Because I thought that was already agreed upon timeline. Next clip's better? Jesus.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the earlier morning, January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission.
Well, that means, well, I can see what they're using that for. Because Karen, they can say, well, oh, Karen thinks John died within the timeline. That one's actually bad for Karen. Of all the clips they've showed so far, that's an actually bad one because Karen's acknowledging the state's timeline. But they can also argue the fact that Karen's not a fucking expert. How does she know? But that one's actually bad for Karen. That's really fucking bad. Karen is self-snitching. She fucking talking out of school. Yeah. Chloe Jones says it can't be because Ryan Nagel said he was out there. I understand. But when you say this, the jury could latch on to it. So I'm just saying it's not a fucking brilliant idea. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. She said they think it doesn't matter. The jury's going to hear out of your own mouth those times. She shouldn't have been acknowledging that. They shouldn't have fucking talked about that. So, yeah, they want her on the stand. They're trying to force her up there. Yep. And if Yannetti and Jackson have control over her, she doesn't take the fucking stand. She should not. So we'll see. And Lockout says the defense will play the whole clips. Well, they're going to have some issues with that because it becomes self-serving testimony. There's going to be some limits to any of that. Yes. The less you say about your case, the better. So I agree there's no collision on the black box, but that doesn't mean there wasn't one. That's the thing. You're not that's not what I would argue. I would argue there's no medical injuries that consistent with a crash. So she should have kept her mouth shut. Exactly, Melanie. She should have fucking closed. Should have closed her fucking mouth. Should have closed her mouth. You know. So that wasn't I mean, like chat, I'm saying it's not good for Karen, but those aren't devastating. That's not devastating. Once again, I think the jury is going to get pissed. They're watching jump cuts.
Next witness, Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir. I'm going to call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
Is she? Christina Hanley testified the last time, chat. Is she the tail light lady who plays like puzzle pieces? I think she is. If I remember her from last time.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You saw this for the embassy of the court, jury, and case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Am I correct in this chat? She was from the last trial. She played with the lights and the pieces and taped them together. I think. Oh, she's Miss Bumper Sprinkles. Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the trace unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a forensic scientist 2 to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace arson and explosives unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently.
You know,
is that
chat,
correct?
and it's just
That's correct.
oh,
What
we
is the
self-test
difference, or Can you
ourselves.
explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Wow. And see, chat, like, even though they're full of shit here, look, outside review. Somebody reviewed your work. You know, and I don't know why Alessi didn't bring this up. Mr. Burgess, nobody reviewed your work, did they? No. That would have been just a critical thing to point out, like, look what the crime lab does. Look what these hillbillies do.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes, and then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the bench top, as well as the tools that I'm going to use, are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIM system keeps track of all of that, so we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with, first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. Refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually, the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes. So I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA GC 684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how were they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grimm instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the
Sorry, I don't know
roadway
why I
outside of that
paused.
residence?
Sorry.
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
7-14 was just 1 piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Nick Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Hold on. I don't know why it dropped out. Hold on, chat. I don't know. Hold on, guys. Sorry. What the fuck? Sorry, chat.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
I don't know what happened.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if.
So I know, guys, this is boring, but we got to get through it.
An item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and they're broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to.
God dang it. Why is it doing this?
Some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Well, we're getting to the end here, chat, so. All right, let's see here. She's asking to get together. Everybody needs to hang out. Let's see where we're at here. Come on. I think she's telling Hank, hurry the fuck up here. Oh, we're they're not even gonna let her finish the bullshit? Wow.
All right, so
Okay, so we're gonna finish. All right. Well, let's see here if there's anything else. Okay. Now, looks like there's. Oh, all right. This is interesting. Do we get anything? Here we go. Let's see what we get. Oh, there they go. We can see them in real life. IRL streaming chat.
Any reaction to the clip scan or do we say? No. How about Shannon Burgess? What do you think about who performed? I hope you got him on.
Incredible run. John's phone is still he's still walking after they trigger a common trigger.
Why did you say he died on the ID interview?
Yeah, see that now they're asking her about shit she says. That's why it was fucking stupid.
I said we believe. That's what we believe. That's and I
Yeah, okay, that's we believe. Oh my god, so cringe.
12:25, 12:30, and that's based on phone data that everyone's seen now.
How much longer is their case going to last?
Probably weeks. All right. I think we'll leave.
Take care, guys.
Nice zoom to the crow's feet. Yeah. Yes, just stop talking, woman. Yes, that too. All right, chat. There we go. All done. All done, ski. So, isn't there a gag order? Yeah, she's allowed to talk with the press, though. She's allowed. She can't. You can't really restrain her, especially in a case like this. Yes, Boogie, no. Sorry, Karen, no. Oh yeah, that was a. So overall, do I think Karen Reed's odds went back up? Yes. Yes. If she's innocent, why aren't they letting her drive? Oh. So. No, I think overall today, this was a very, very good thing. This really kind of tipped the scales back. Remember I told you guys I thought Karen was fucked by Bev letting this in? Well, now I understand why the defense was kind of like, meh. Because really, when Bev's like, I'm going to let it happen, you know what? You know what happened? Unless he's like, we're going to have fun tomorrow. So Leslie was like, I'm all good. I'm all good. Yeah, I think her bond does say no driving. So, which is probably for the best, even if she's innocent. Yes. Well, she's not Asian. Give her some credit. Yes, Alessi briar patched him. Oh, no, don't throw me in the briar patch. So, yes, Alessi popped the chub. Well, I think it's like it made more work for them, but Alessi's like, my work will pay off today. You know, he's like, finally, all of my hillbilly killing bullets I'll get to use on a hillbilly. Hillbilly crash expert. And then we got Dr. Judson. I'm sure he doesn't sound, you know, with a dignified, posh Atlantic accent. Once again, guys, sorry to you out there in the South, but it is what it is, chat. It tizzle what it tizzle. So, oh wow, the Mark Green experience for 50 subs. Mark, thank you very much. Like I've seen you here before, but thank you so much there. I appreciate it so very much. Thank you for support, your generosity. Just running up to these greens, you know, and showing the grays. This is a green neighborhood.
See this? That means not welcome.
Means not welcome, Grays. It means not welcome. Yes, for 50 subs. But anyways, Mark, do you have a YouTube channel or something? I'm assuming with a name like that. You know, it's like, this is the Tom Green Show. Oh, I remember that show too back in the day. Dr. Judd got his PhD from USC. Okay, well, that doesn't mean anything. Nico says, oh no, my temples. My temples. The cross on glass lady should be quick. What do all these extra pieces mean? Oh, I'm sure they're gonna light her up. They're gonna light her up. Yes. Sean thinks hillbillies are only in the South. We're very racist and very wrong. Oh no, there's hillbillies everywhere, man. I grew up in the middle of nowhere. A lot of people think I'm a hillbilly, how I grew up. So, yes. 100 divided by 2 subs. Alex says, I'm gray. No! Yes, Alex. Yes, Alec, you are. I'm sorry. You're a wizard, Harry. I'm what? That's all I know from Harry Potter, by the way, the meme. I heard Sean plays Freebird at 1,000 subs. We'll play Kanye at 1,000 subs. You are a hillbilly and you didn't grow up. Thanks. I prefer the term hill trash. Well, we didn't have hills where we were, so. Yes, one KNU of subs. What about the Krasenstein self-felting? I don't know. What did they do? Remember, those guys had a settlement agreement with the DOJ for some like scammy crypto and gold shit they did. So remember, they are scam artists. I don't know what did they do. Let's hit the Kanye goal. I'm convinced that it's Mark Green, the Elvis impersonator. Yes, the Krasensteins are Tiki. Yes, they are. See what else we got here. Do you always go? Mike is saying, do you always wear patterned ties? Pretty much. Solids, I mean, I don't know. I just don't like, I don't think they look good on me being a fat guy. Even when I was skinnier, I always wore, patterned ties and colorful ties. Like to. You gotta spice it up a little bit. Brooke says, what happens when the lawyers touch ties in the middle of the night? Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? Crime Sleuth that says, if you can't tell the difference, good to see you, by the way. Thank you for being here. If you can't tell the difference between megabytes, megabits, gigabits, and gigabytes, you should not be analyzing data. I agree. Project Calm's been a member for 14 months. Once again, I think that's probably like, it's like Project Ace is developing, Ace Combat. It's like some sort of like spy game. Project Calm's been a member for 14 months. Thank you for the support. Wow, 14 months as a member already. Fun to watch. Well, thank you for being here. Keopathic says ISC2 has a ethical / morality clause in being part of them. If you get caught doing bad shit, they'll yank your cert and put you on a bad list. Well, there you go. That's good. Maddie says, is this considered perjury, what Burgess did? No. Remember, you know how you get out of a perjury charge? Oh, I'm just an idiot. You remember, you just go, dur, I'm an idiot. Or, oops, I forgot. I misspoke. I didn't mean to do that. It's very hard to sustain a perjury charge because of that. You could just say, sorry, I'm an idiot. Sorry, I went herp. And you know what? It's enough to not get prosecuted. 2.0 just got back in time to help me celebrate British Sandwich Week. Well, I don't know about that. Haschick says we had to put expected when we were going on pre-grad interviews. Yeah. Or, very clear indications. P-Dub says this should end his expert witness career. It probably will. It probably will. I don't think anybody's ever going to use him. He's not going to look good going forward. Even having him touch a case is going to be really bad. Lectron Ash says Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer, would have something to say about Karen talking. Yes, she needs to have lips like a statue. Tech Guy South says a good thing the fates aren't a thing, Sean. You pagan. Hail to the Break is a new member. Thank you, Hail. Thank you for re-upping. I appreciate it. Appreciate your support. Now let's see. Where are you guys at here? I had a Marmite sandwich a few hours ago. Oh, nice. Deanna's saying last chat I was JK. Forgot to add that. What? What did I miss? Notice a hard R on the end of the word there, chat. Sean means Kanye's newest song too, chat. Well, the newest song, not the one about sucking his cousin's wiener. We're not doing that one. Project Calm says the randomizer for names worked really well for you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. The morality clause is interesting. Well, that's what true professional organizations do. They don't let pieces of shit in their ranks. So, Luke says, yeah, tell Becky Hill that. Well, she can't when they clearly have evidence she did something else. Even though we know, that's the thing here. Kat Madison says, have I seen the latest Microdots video? No, and we can watch that real quick here. Let's go grab it. Chat. Microdots. Let's go here. Microdots. Microdots. Oh, this will be interesting. Guys, remember Microdots does the really good video analysis and breakdowns and enhance.
Let's set the stage. It's day 18 of the grueling case against Karen Reed. Judge Beverly Cannoni, long accused of harboring a bias in favor of the prosecution, is eager to wrap up an excruciating day of cross-examination. On the stand is Commonwealth expert witness Shannon Burgess, who's just been exposed for lying about his educational credentials and misrepresenting his communications with lead prosecutor Hank Brennan. And Brennan himself has been hemorrhaging credibility for putting such a deeply flawed witness on the stand in the first place.
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
This is almost certainly a lie. For his employer, Aperture Forensics, to remove that link, they must have been notified somehow that his educational background was of interest to the defense. That is information only he would know as the holder of the account.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
And at the end of his disastrous testimony, Aperture Forensics went a step further and added this watermark stating, "Not for expert designation," to his biography on their website. Another reputation ruined for taking part in this fabricated case. Burgess is experiencing involuntary facial spasms under the extreme pressure.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree.
Yeah, chat. It's not a new watermark. It's there to say, do not use this thing for expert verification. Not that we can't verify it. It's just you can't use what they provide because it's not the proper stuff.
For 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
His LinkedIn,
What about
his credentials? Anything on his credentials at all?
Idea about it's called fraudulent. It's fraudulent. It's a lie.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Once Robert Alessi finishes dismantling the witness over his false claims about his credentials, he shifts focus to the larger issue at hand. He presses Shannon Burgess on the revisions made to his report, alterations that conveniently adjusted the Commonwealth's timeline midway through the trial. Although Hank Brennan previously claimed to be surprised by the updated report, no one seriously believes that. Alessi methodically uses the report's own language to demonstrate it was, in fact, revised at Brennan's direction.
You did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd. After the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Yep. Because Hank told him to make it.
Correct.
Correct. Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
At this point, we are approaching the end of the day in Judge Cannoni's three-ring circus, but she saved her most disgraceful trick for last. Robert Alessi is zeroing in on the moment that matters most. After methodically laying the foundation, he's now ready to challenge the discredited witness on the centerpiece of his revised report, a brand new finding that conveniently alters a critical segment of the timeline, introduced halfway through the trial.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading.
Cannoni glances at her watch, clearly weighing whether it's close enough to the end of the day to call it, just as the cross-examination is about to strike a nerve.
And then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if you can, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to...
She takes a deep sigh. Now, we will play through what she does next once, then break it down.
With regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see it sidebar for 2 minutes on this.
Okay. With regard
She glances at Brennan to see if he's looking in her direction.
to the phone of Mr.
She does it again, now realizing he can see her. She abruptly raises her arm to her face in a sharp, unnatural motion, making one of the most unmistakable signals imaginable. Then she locks eyes on Robert Alessi, like a trained hound pointing to its target, all with a bizarre grin on her face that gives it all away.
And whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
Brennan finally picks up her signal and states his objection, and she couldn't be more pleased. It's one of the strangest moments we've seen from this judge, as if the gravity of a woman fighting for her life means nothing. She's just been caught sending covert signals to the very prosecutor whose conduct should be under scrutiny, not aided by the bench. Whatever her reasoning, this is unethical, inexcusable, and she should be removed for this infraction immediately.
But yeah,
I'm
she
gonna
ain't
see it
getting
sidebar
removed,
for 2
Chad.
minutes.
Ain't nothing happening. So, ain't nothing happening. That's it. As much as I like it, ain't nothing gonna happen there. Ain't nothing happening. So. Wonder if Alessi will retire. I doubt he will. Guys like him will work forever. Guys like him work till they drop. Let's see here. What did I say about Shannon losing his job? It's not going to happen. If they fired him, that's a tacit admission. They got rid of him, because they hired a non-credible guy. Now, they won't do that. They'll probably just sideline him because, or they're idiots and they'll keep using them. So, Sweet Tooth Fairy says, can you do Courthouse Becky's indictment? Yes. Well, I covered the charges against her last Thursday night. If there's an indictment now, I'd be happy to cover that, but, send it my way. Gothic Rose says, I fell asleep and I just woke up. It's 4 a.m. over in Britain to catch the end of the live stream. Well, welcome. You're welcome. Let me see here, chat. I hate this economy. We can't even have full-size dots anymore. Funny. So. Oh. Let me see here. I want to suck a lassie. Oh. As long as your mom shows me how to do it, yeah, I'll try. I need some pointers from a pro. Becky's Arraignment, you mean? Is that something that's out there right now? Because I'll think we can watch that. That'll be fun. That could be some fun viewing on the weekend. So we can do that. Let me see here. I think we're all caught up. I think we're all caught up here, chat. It's hard to fire people, yeah. No, he's absolutely fired. I mean, I'd love to see that, but it's not going to happen. So, all right, chat. Well, hey, I had a big day. Well, I didn't have a big day, but I was kind of bouncing around. So I think with that, we are going to end it here. How long until Nick claims that Annie gave the 8-year-old cocaine? Oh, once the body cam comes out, he's already flailing. So, Hodor says, "Where's the Clyde? And why don't we have a sleeping cam?" I don't know. Let me see if I can get him in here. Since 2.0 came home, oh my God, you guys, he has been like, like stink on. He's been like white on rice, like on a paper plate in a glass of milk in a snowstorm. He has been like on her, like whoa. Let me see if he'll come in here. Let's see, clear some stuff out of the way for him first. All right, let's see what we can get here. Hold on. Hey, Clyde. Clyde, come here, Bubba. Come here, Clyde. Come on, Bub. I hear click-clacks. Come on, Clyde. Come here. Come here. Hey, up here. Hey, up here, Clyde. Hey, come on. There you go, Bubba. There you go. Oh, we got a Clyde today. How many steps did I get? I don't know if my phone counted, but I got a lot. I had to walk all over the place. One of the courthouses, they were having a jury trial today, and like everybody they sent out for jury duty showed up. So like all the there were like 100 cars parking everywhere. So I had to park really far away. So yeah, and it helped. It was a nice cold day out. So hi, Clyde. Hi, Bubba. Was that a big? Come on, doing a woo. A woo for chat. Come on. It's what? Yes, we have peens again because Louie's gone. Clyde can eat his peens again because we were worried they'll fight over him. But come on, Clyde. A woo. Can you do a woo? Can you do a woo? Can you do a woo, Bubba? Come on, doing a woo. He's all there. Peens, yes, bull peens. Desiccated bull penises. Dogs love chewing them on them. So, Grifting Gamer says, Aperture isn't that big. They'll fire him and rename the business. No way they walk into contracts after this without some rearranging. I'd like to think so. We'll see. I mean, in a just world, that's what happens. But, shitbags persist. That's the sad part. Shitbags can persist. And they're hard to effectively govern because of that. So, what the heck is right here, Clyde? What is this? What the hell? That's weird. It's like an ingrown hair. Cool. Peens have nothing to do with the Ricada saga in this case. No, they don't. So, if they don't fire him at this trial, they're going to go out of business. I agree, but I'd like to hope that happens. But they all deserve to go out of business. They're a bunch of fucking scam artists. But we'll see. We'll see in a just world. In a just world. Clyde has gotten fat. Nah, he is not fat. He's got a little bit of he's at a healthy weight. He's like 19 pounds. The vet's very happy with his weight. Especially from where we found him. So, no ticks. We get sprayed for ticks, so he's all set. So it's puppy fat. He's almost 6. So, he's cultivating mass. The Spice Shed says fat. Yes, he's fat! And he's a dog! And he's fat! Clyde's ears went up when I said he's fat. And he's like, what? And he's a dog. He's like, what are you being mean, fat man? Does his belly tuck in? Yes, his belly tucks in still. He's all right. So, He's actually where he needs to be. So, all right. So, Spice said, do you guys even walk? Yes, sometimes. It depends what corner you're, plant your garden. Yes. It's a good time of the year, chat. Get your shit planted. No Clyde guns, yes. Show us how you harvest the bull peens. Well, I don't know. You need to go. That's your job. You got to go hang out with your mom on career day. She'll show you how it works. Lolita says, I work near Aperture in Arlington. Oh, very nice. You should go knock on their door and be like, can I come work for you guys? I can make up shit too. So, all right, chat. Well, I think we are going to wrap this up here. Today was a big day. Karen needed the big day. I think they're in a good spot. We'll see how well things go tomorrow. Is Clyde addicted to weed treats? I don't think he's addicted, but he enjoys them. So, but yeah, chat, I think it's going to be interesting. We'll see how they do this time around with all the glass, and they'll say, what about all this bullshit in there? So, and real quick, Nima's saying, it's wild this expert firm will hire people without a bachelor's degree. But remember, technology is different. It's about certifications and training. And you don't necessarily need to have a 4-year degree. You don't have to. So that's not a problem. It's just when you lie about it. And there's some of those things that you really can't get a 4-year degree for. It's just certifications and training. So that's not really, like I said, I don't have a problem with it. It's just about how you present it. So, yes, cops technically don't have degrees either. They have college degrees, but they get their cop training. Yeah, all about the certs now. And Summer D says, woo, Clyde. Come on, Clyde. Ooh, do it. You've already done it once before. Ooh. No, he's like tired. So, all right, chat. So, we are going to, remember, tomorrow night, 6 p.m., we'll pick up where we left off. So, until next time, chat, just remember, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. And right now, Karen Reed is still in the not guilty pile. And I think, her odds are back to 50-50 again. So we will see. Hopefully the jurors aren't retarded and they don't buy this bullshit. So we'll see. But there we go. Have I seen lawyers with an emotional support dog in court? No. No, I have not. But I have seen a lawyer with a dog who helps them because they have seizures and puts them in the recovery position and shit. So thank you. Well, thank you for being here, guys. Good night, everybody. And we'll see Karen Reed tomorrow. Hope it keeps going for her. Good night, chat. And take care, everybody. I will send you guys on over to someone else. Surprise.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. But please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?